Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Dangerous times, don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome aboard Flying with Mike. Got a little late jump and kind of missed the screen to get updated, but we got it in there in time. Welcome in. I really wish we could have flown this on Friday, but we just really ran out of time, and well, basically because I was in the process of purchasing what's in front of you there and trying to get it to work and having a little bit of struggles, especially with this one. You know, it's amazing when you read the readmes. Hawker ought to be sitting there laughing hard. But if you read the readmes, folks, and the accompanying captures in these zip files, some of the answers come true. Now, I'm not 100% sure. You A321 fans, folks, one, never seen one in my life, let alone an A321 neo. And two, this doesn't look like a neo. But when I click on the LEAP engine, I lose the exterior textures, except for the nice purple engines. So I don't know how to fix that, or if there is such a thing. I don't know. But anyway, we'll go with what we got here. And that is, we're going to call it a Neo for the A321. Kind of looks like a normal IAE engine to me. But anyway, we're flying for Wizz Air, and yes, we are, as promised, going to fly the flight from Friday today from Malaga, Spain to Budapest, Hungary. So it's a little bit of a long haul, a little bit of a flight. We're having some troubles with POSCON, which I remembered having a couple of years ago when we flew it on stream. Thought we'd give it a try today. We're going to still fly it and hope for the best, pray for the, even better. So, hey, let's give it a try. And folks, remember, we are in the season of Lent, and it's about our commitment to God, our inner search of what's preventing us from getting closer to God, especially in these 40 days. It's meant to be 40 days to prove to us that, one, we can do without and get closer to God, and two, get closer to God. That's pretty much where to open ourselves up to God. We're coming up to Easter in, 37 days now? So, the sacrifice he gave for us. So, but anyway, we are on our way to Budapest. So, all right. So, as you can see, this is Toliss, and as with all their products so far to date that I have purchased from them. Their animations are really pretty good. Level of detail they went into, having the stabilizing feet come down, the trucks moving, and the baggage belt moving. All of that is really good stuff, folks. That's if you're going to take and put this objects in your, why don't you go the next step, animate it. Move it in, move it out. Flight Factor, you did it in X-Plane 11 to a point. And there is always to a point, because you can't really start it from somewhere on a field, because every field changes where you're at with the plane. But you could do a little better. Anyway, so there you have it, folks. Wizz Air sitting on the line here at Málaga, and we're going to get this plane going, shall we? And at the same time, let's talk about it. I mean, the really, so far I've been impressed with the couple of flights I have flown with it. Just going to dial this up before it yells at me. All right, now I am working from a flight plan or a checklist I did find for this plane. So it's a little different, little, things I've got to work through. All right, so we've got the flight plan already created, the loading perf set, charts, departure set. I'm just going, I haven't used this. This I found on my last test flight. Okay, so landing gear lever is showing down 3 green lights. Flap lever is up, and we are showing the same right here. I'm sorry, it's right over my mouse. There's your flap. Spoilers are down and not armed. Thrust levers move. Okay. Engine start switches are in the off switch, normal on the start switch, and the parking brake is set, showing here and here. All right. Cockpit doors are unlocked and open at the time. All right, let's head up top. Okay, let's turn the battery switches off. We are on external power, and that's the conventional way. When the crews land, they'll park, and they'll get on ground power as soon as the engines are off in a specified time. They get on that ground power. Once everything's settled down and they're ready to start fueling, they kill the APU. Now, if it's a crew change, they'll turn the batteries off. Reason being, if for some reason, and folks, none of us have ever gone through a power outage in our lives. Nobody. Nah. Those things only happen to that other guy. Well, anyway, they do happen to these airplanes. And when that external power cuts out and the batteries are on, what are going to happen? They're going to drain. They're not the easiest things, I think, to find. It's not like going down to AutoZone or your local car place. I'd like a battery place. Now, I think it's a little more sophisticated in that, but I'm sure they could jerry could rig something up for it. So, but anyway, so that's why. So now we'll turn them back on. And look, we got a good charge. All right, external power is on. Cockpit lights, let's do a quick check. And all we're doing, folks, is making sure all the lights light up from Sylvania or GE or Panasonic or wherever you get your bulbs from. Yes, quite a fortune in one plane. All right, looks like everything's aboard. Turn those off. All right, continuing on, I've got cruise supply air on, ground control on, cursor switch to the captain's purser, and we need to do the APU fire check. And as you know, I always do the engines at the same time. And then while we're here, I'm on status, and I'm going to go ahead and move it up to 1. Let's go to nav, make sure we get on battery. Nav, this is IR2. 1, 2, 3. Hey, I can't help it. Don't worry. Many Boeings are the same way, so don't think it's that, folks. It's an Airbus thing. All right, we are good to go there. Let's get to fueling and preparing this plane for departure. Now, one thing I have run into with it, a lot of work needing to be done to get it flyable. So we're going to zero these out, load, back up, put our fuel load in. Then, you know what? I think it might be worth doing a pre-flight brief on this. Ooh, I would, but I can't. I think I just figured out part of my problems I'm having with POSCON. All right. I need 22703. All right, that's something's telling me I may not be in the proper configuration. Okay, hang on, I may still be wrong. Let's try it from Toliss, see how high up I can go. All right, 22. See if the truck's showing up through. I love this. Through every. Oh no, he didn't hit the bag belt at least. You gotta love it. And a little bit of fun, like they did. That's good. All right. Let's try this again. Now we're set the way I want. Okay. All right, so we can turn that off. Now we'll come up here real quick, hit weight balance. All right, 22.8, that'll be close enough. Now we just need to get the passengers, okay? All right, now we go to the attendant button. Sorry about that, folks. I actually thought I had that all squared away. We are putting 197 souls on board. Load them as well. And we're holding on the baggage because I think I'm going to have some work ahead of me. All right, so we're looking at 155,891. Now, 10,835 pounds worth of cargo. All right, so to get to our number, all right, again, time was getting away from me today, so that's why a lot of this isn't ready yet. 891 minus. So we need to load 7,000, roughly 100 pounds. Or 3,500 in each. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm really 154.7, and we need to be at so we need about 1,000 more pounds. Okay. 54.7 to 1, yeah. And I think we'll be good there. 155.7, because it's going to put in 200 pounds. So yeah, we'll be good. Well, if anything, here's what I'll do. And that's going to put us almost right on it. $968. Yeah, we're off by 100 pounds. Not going to get overly concerned. We have 22,800 going in the tanks, 197 pounds. Takeoff weight will be 178.7, which actually ends up being heavier. I got some work to do on this plane. I'm sure I need to set it to 105. Yep. 337 right here. All right. As promised, let's do the pre-brief because we've done a lot and you're like, huh? So let's take a look at it, shall we? And to do that, we use SimToolkit. All right. Here's our flight. Here's the route basically down here to right up here. And you'll see it better in this image. And it is set to 0 on me. So we're going to zoom it a little. You know, go figure. I have been told Spain is like the sunniest place on the earth. And I have rarely flown. Let me rephrase that. I was getting ready to say I have rarely flown in rain in Spain, except in X-Plane 12. So let's leave it at that, shall we? All right. So here's our flight plan, and if you haven't seen it yet, here it comes at you in the chat. Hawker 120, you should take I would love to take a real trip. Are you offering a donation there, Hawker 125? We would sure love it. Yeah, I have heard it is one of the, it doesn't rain a lot there, and it's also a lot more mountainous than I knew. Your employer is offering. You know, if like I get the money, I can go. All right. So anyway, you can see the route there in chat, folks. And again, it is Europe, so get ready for a couple of arms and a couple of legs full of fixes to get from point A to point B. Unlike the US where you can just type in this one, an airway, this one, maybe a second airway, and you're there. Again, different, you know, different ways of doing things. Welcome, by the way, Hawker. Welcome in. And folks, if you catch this man on Twitch, I highly recommend heading over there. And if he isn't on air right now, head over and anyway, give him a follow. He needs the love, folks. He'd really love for you to come over. He's also, let me get a little more than what that Twitch command will do. Actually, I think I shortened it to just this. He is also undertaking a project of turning a Hawker real-world Hawker 125. He took the fuselage from the airport we both worked at, and he is turning it in his garage into a working flight sim. So check him out. He keeps a progress tab up on his Twitch site. So, all right. So as we've mentioned, the route is in the chat. Scroll up if you need to find it. Let's get in here and find out what's going on. And you're welcome, by the way, Hawker. All right. So we got a payload of 45,310 pounds in this A321. 0 fuel weight. we've got it at 155,900 something, but the flight plan was for 155,891 pounds. I know, you're in Europe, act like a European. No, I don't get metrics that well. The ramp, let's see, the fuel going in for this run is 22,703 pounds. I'm sitting there going, no, we're going to need a lot more than 15,000 pounds. Leaving us with about 3,300 pounds of fuel. All right, I already said it, 197 folks aboard. 10,800 pounds of cargo. And dispatch has put us at a cost index of 15. Cost index, folks, if you're trying to figure it out, basically, the airline says for this route between LEMG, LHBP, we want it to fly on time, we'll say. So they set that as the first parameter, and then the weather factors in. Other factors, are we going to be late, early? You know, what's going to be to what gives us this number. But in general, Wizz with their Airbuses uses a 15. There's a site out there, folks, cost index, download, and you can get it. It's a lot of airlines, just gives you a general number. Okay, initial climb is 36,000. At Sovak, we shall touch 37,000. Not even sure where Sovak is. We'll look it up when we get going here. All right, and topping out at 37,000. All right, so there's our load. Weather here in the good old Malaga area. Winds 120 at 10. It's KVOC with a chance of rain by X-Plane 12. 16 degrees outside, 12 degrees on the dew point. So really a beautiful day here. And that's what I keep hearing about Spain. Budapest, on the other hand. Oh, by the way, that's 16 degrees Celsius. For those of us in the U.S., that translates, as you see, to 60 degrees. Which, by the way, we'll be close to today here in St. Louis. Thank goodness, get rid of all of that white sand outside. I mean snow. Sorry, folks. Slip of the tongue, you know. Anyway, down in or up in Budapest, a little chillier. Winds are out of the southwest at 4. Temperature there 7 degrees, 44 for us here in the U.S. So it's not a bad day there. They're calling light rain, scattered clouds, broken. The ceiling is 7,400. Oh, excuse me, but we're looking at a visibility of 7,000 meters, so it looks pretty good, folks, overall. We'll see how this really translates when we get there. Now, granted, that's 3 hours down the road. We'll be in Budapest. All right, and real quick, I'm going to bring up our sim brief for this flight. Here we go. Real quick, y'all can look at it. There's the flight right there. Just so y'all get a feel of what we're doing. Again, all the numbers we went through come from here. Even the pre-file. You can pre-file from here as well as from inside SimToolkit. You just can't pre-file OSCON. All right. So, and then finally, a neat thing I like to show. Now, I got this from Virtual American, but and it's there for anyone. You don't have to be a member of Virtual American to get this. Go to when you do your flight in SimBrief, you can mark what format you want your flight plan in. Mark the AAL, American. What it does, it puts it in a pretty good readable format. You got your ATC flight plan right at the top. You get your fuel release. You get your arrival fuel and how much fuel that equals out to, plus your alternate route. over to Vienna. So, and then you get your, your standard, what you mark off, then your fuel, and then any remarks and stuff like that. Scroll all the way to the bottom. Just after the charts, this is what Virtual American asked to be added. And that is a breakdown, passenger, cargo, all of that good stuff. And lap kids. Soon they'll probably want another layer, animals. So, yes, those dogs and cats people fly with, yeah, they want them probably soon there. They're being put on the manifest, so and it's good, so that way we who go in to look for people when the airplane oopses, we can find everything, not just the people, not just the infants that were in people's laps, but also their poochies and kitties. All right, so we'll go ahead now and get rid of this. And we'll get rid of Sim Toolkit, and let's proceed on. Let's get this plane going. All right, so the ADIRs, well, we weren't able to do one thing with them. That's fine. But we're going to get going here. Posey13, thanks for the follow. Appreciate you coming in. Looking forward to seeing you on future flights. All right, so we've got the IAE engines and so forth. Everything looks good. Our nav is good. This caught me off guard too. So when I installed the aircraft, I got the latest database, which is weird because usually you get a database when it was made, then you have to quickly update it. So that caught me off guard that I was actually up to date. And believe me, I have scrutinized this thinking I wasn't. I think the dog just blinded my wife. He stuck his head out the window with the sun, and I think it got her in the eyes. He usually does that to me. Anyway, do our init request and get this thing going. Folks, this is just like the Toliss A319 and the A320neo. So, again, thanks, Posse13 for the follow. All right. Now, I take it back. I can. All right. So let me bring in charts real quick. Okay, let me bring charts in. I didn't think I was going to get this opportunity, but looks like I am. He says cautiously, where are they? Oh, there they are. I need to make them a little bigger. I don't think y'all are going to be able to read that. At the same time, let me pull this out, slide it over a little bit, and we're going to go through and get our flight plan put in. All right, first thing I want to do is get our alignment set to where we are. We'll get the flight on here in a minute. Bear with me. Parking stands and coordinates. That's what I want. We are down here in, is it 18? Standby. I'm going to stick my head out the window. Yeah, 18. Okay. Had to stick my head out the window, folks. Sorry about that. Pay for the fuel with credit card that way. Just kidding. You have to have seen Airplane to know that joke. All right, so we're in spot 18. So look for your spot down here. So 8 through 12, 14 through 23. So this one right here won't let me highlight. Okay, so 3640.4 north. So use your up-down keys right here. Put it at 3640.4. 3640.4. Then we want west will be west. 0429.4. So click the line select over here. $29.4, $29.4. Okay. Click Align IRS, which it probably will automatically do because we were so, taken up by the pre-brief that we're already aligned. But it's now aligned closer to where we are than wherever the airfield mark is. It's really only off by a few meters otherwise. Okay, but if you look up here, you can see everything's loaded in. Our alternate, our airline, our lat lon we did, and then our cost index, we can change that if we want. I'm going to go ahead and leave it. Winds. Let's go ahead and do a wind request. There they are. These are from SimBrief. Kind of get into that in flight. A lot of this can be done in flight, talking about it. All right, so now we got to work this part out. Return. And if you're satisfied here, now I can't get you the tropo on this formatting. But if you use United 18, or I forget, it's the second United operational flight plan, or OFP, on SimBrief, it'll actually bring up what the tropo is. But here, I'm going to go check the weather real quick. Bear with me. And if I find it, I'll show you where you find it. And no, not finding it anywhere real quick. So we're not going to worry about it. Going default on here is not going to hurt you, folks. Okay, so the next item, as we go down, we've got the crew supply, APU fire strobes. Okay, so let's get back up top here. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to keep going here. Go to flight plan, LEMG, click departure. Now we're going to be departing runway 13. Okay, off of runway 13. All right, I know I still have charts up, folks. I sure do. So come up to flights. Hang on, let's do this. Go to flights, click import, import from SimBrief, select the top one. And here we go. Here's where we're talking right here. So we're talking departures. There's 38 available for runway 13. I bet you there isn't any going our way. Hence why we don't have one set up. Looking the closest. Nope, nope. I really find it kind of interesting there isn't. Looking there, I guess it's because of the transition PPAS that we're not able. And I bet most is because of runway 30. All right, so we're not going to find any. All right, so we can skip that. I was really kind of hoping to find something. A dash. I just don't like. Well, we'll just go direct BPASH. Insert. All right, so we'll keep the discontinuity only because of the nature of vectors, and then we'll get us going over. All right. So then with charts, what you can do is just basically start going through your route real quick. Make sure there isn't any other discontinuities. Oh, you got to also be on plan. My bad. So we're doing causal. Usually it's the second one where it centers on. So we'll just keep rocking through real quick, looking for discontinuities. And in the event that a fix got put in incorrectly or typoed or chose the wrong one, we'll find it this way. 1,257 miles. Looking at 1235, that is probably a good number, so we're probably okay. In the world of flying, the word probably is never a good thing. By the way, there's Barcelona. See how many fixes went just from, hang on. See if I could do this. From this point just to Barcelona. That's in the same country. Now let's set up to get it as far as we can go without losing too many. I think we already have. But anyway, you can follow along here. Okay, so Salmon. I'm just looking for... Okay. Still doing good. Just kind of watch until we get to this one, Nampu. All right, Nampu is getting close to Sovac. So Napmu. So the next one, Sovac, that's where we step up to 37,000. Which, look how close we are at that point. So we'll probably do it somewhere in this 271-mile leg and take advantage, if any, of the winds. We should. It should be pushing us a little better. Top of climb. And I think it's got some of our... No, it doesn't. Okay, so it starts right there. All right. So for the arrival, we're coming in VAG DI. So here it is. We are rocking it over to... Helps to get the right one up here. Hang on. 3-1 right. Which, by the way, we saw the winds. Looks good. So we're going to work our way to this runway. All right, so you can see we're going to come in VAGDI, Joseph, to BP 834, 844 Atco. Okay, so to put this in here, same thing, folks. Click the airport, LHBP, arrival. We start with the approach. We do have an ILS. Okay. So let's do the same thing here. We'll clear it out. Kind of zoom in a little. And we'll select. And here's all that we have. We have a VOR DME. We have an RNAV Yankee, RNAV Zulu. All right. I am always interested in the RNAVs. So I want to take a look at the Zulu. Atco into BP 865, which is 11.4 miles out. And then we do the drop. I always am interested in them. I think for this one, let's take a look at the Yankee. Okay, it's coming in a little different, so it's coming on ODOFs. So if we're going to do an RNAV, we'll do Zulu. What do you guys think? Real quick, give you a quick, hey, Matt, 1997, welcome aboard. It's going great. I hope you enjoy the new aircraft, the A321 and A321neo. We're going to talk about this more, about this plane. So you all understand when you click A21 November, Alpha 21 November with the exclamation mark at the beginning. Because don't just think you can buy the Neo and you got the Neo only. It's not how it works. But we'll get into it once we're airborne. So we're going to do, how many of you want to see the RNAV? How many want an ILS? I'm giving it a quick, I'm not even doing a quick one. We're just asking it out there, folks. If I get any responses, we'll go. Otherwise, it'll be eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Give it about another couple seconds. All right, eeny, meeny, miny, mo will be the winner. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch the tiger by its toe. If it hollers, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. We're going to do the ILS. Yes, I cheated. You leave it to me, we'll do the ILS. Gave you all a chance. All right, so we'll do the ILS. Now, we're looking for the star next, okay, to get us to the ILS. So the standard terminal arrival. All right, that is VAJDI. VAJD. We come up here, we'll see it as VAJ Delta 2 Hotel. Click on it. Now, via means we go back to, okay, how are we, this is the ILS. We're getting to it via Attico. Now, there are no transitions. Again, if you all remember flying, just about every flight we fly up here, the transitions we're used to everywhere else are actually where you're hitting this. So the point we're starting at is the transition, and they call it that in the star. So we insert, and look at that, it's all closed in. Let me narrow it down. There we go. All right, so back to the star real quick. See, VAJDI turns into the Jedi. Jedi. Ooh, we're going on a Jedi route. To hotel. Whereas this would be, pick a name here with VAJDI as a transition. It takes a second to wrap your head around it, but it doesn't take long. All right, so from there we go to Joseph to BO834. Okay, let me start moving it here so we can watch it to 844. Max speed 230. Doesn't mean you have to do 230. It just means that's as fast as you can go. Applies not just to flying, folks, but to the highways as well. Then Attico, and then we start into the ILS. Let me move that up. All right, so now I'll pull the ILS chart up, zoom down Attico. Then we're going to 865, which basically, folks, this was the Zulu RNAV we were looking at. And then we come in on the ILS. Okay, after this, we go to our missed approach out to TAPOSAP, to POSAP, right here, and we hold. Left-hand turns according to the FMS. All right, if we decide to divert, here is our route. And we can fill that in once we start the divert. Okay, that takes care of the flight plan. Let's do RADNAV. That all looks good. And it, page 2. All right. Oh. Let's go back. Oh, wait. wait, let's make this a little easier on us. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and get rid of charts right now. All right, so let's get over here. So let's make sure these numbers are matching up. 0 fuel weight, 1559. Could get away with 156.0. Most important though is here. Yeah, you might want to set that to 27.9er. 22.7 to 2.8. Little concerned here with extra time. We don't have any. Final times look. Okay, we'll just press on. From here we go to perf. Perf. Okay. I'm starting to get this a little better. I'm starting to understand the checklist. My bad on it. Okay. So on the perf page, what I like to do. Okay, so the weather is different. So as of 1730, let me bring charts in real quick for this. It's a neat little quick demo to show you. Okay, so that's gone. Let me get back to Malag. Okay, that's good. All right, so, oh, we have an ATIS here by IVAO. They are using 1.3 departure contact. Okay, we're not going to be on it, but it does give you a real ATIS because there isn't a real one out there. Let's go to the METAR. 19 minutes ago, 120 at 9er. Okay. Again, this is just pretty much the same as we're used to with the rest of the fleet, and that's a 36. All right, so we are dry. Just going to do a quick again. Yeah, nothing showing that it's been wet. Okay. Dry, anti-ice at 19 degree, or wait a minute, 16 degrees. We can keep it off. We'll try a flex, but we will get the air conditioner running. Okay. So we're going to try a condition of auto, meaning it's going to figure out what's the best, and it usually doesn't. But what this allows you to do is run scenarios against it to what's the best for conditions. Now, the company gives you the best, or let me rephrase it, they want you to use. But this gives you a pictorial view, including distances, as well as the numbers that you'll be putting in over here. I am going to go ahead and do this and begin filling in these numbers here. 1023 is, I'll show you in a minute here, folks. I know. Hang on. I do this all the time. Gives me now a chance to get rid of charts. All right, so slash 103, I'm sorry, 1028. Uh-oh, I'm not going to be able to change this? Well, let's see if I can change the temperature. 16/1028. Okay. See if I can do the winds. Okay, good. And all right, so now we can see by flexing 62 we get with flaps 1. So we use the V1 minimum of 125. We'll have 4,800 feet. We use the 158. We only have 800 feet. Anywhere in between there opens our margin up. So interesting. Let's try flaps 2. Notice how it opens things up a little bit. Still have a pretty wide, margin. And you can also switch it to toga, auto, compute. You notice again, but we now have 3,400 feet, even if we use 151. So, all right, so what this is showing, folks, is this status right here. Now, if I choose to go flex, then we go to the 61. It's still giving us quite a bit. Yeah, I know. I got to quit clicking on it. I know. So, you make the call. Well, as pilot in command. I'm going to flex. All right, so 61, insert this. Now, I can opt to, with flaps 1, lower. Dang it. Really doing that a lot today. I can lower. I'm going to keep it all just like you see it, but we could conceivably bring this down. So bear with me a second. I'm going to check a site here. I always have a hard time finding it. Okay, transition is 6,000. Thrust reduction 1,060. And then our engine out acceleration is 1,600. All right. Again, just fine tuning it a little bit. But there you go, folks. And they match, as you can see, up 151 for V1. Oh, wait. Is this toga? Yeah, this is toga. No, this is flex. They go 62. So pull it back just a little bit. So we're going 157, 50. Yeah, we're looking good. All right. And last but not least, now, at this point, folks, you're done. Now, unless you want to put a secondary flight plan in, just in case, you got to do an engine out procedure, any number of things you want to put that in. So then we get the pilot PF side, PNF side, pilot flying side taken care of, pilot not flying side, flight plan A. So obviously this is doing a little more real world than I normally get to, but I'm just going to start setting up. VOR, 20's good. Speed is managed, and so is the heading. Altitude, we're going to go straight up to 36,000. And then finally, same over here, constraints, LS. And folks, we are ready to go. All right, so let's go through the middle of the panel here up here. So from the bottom up, let's work it. Wipers are off. All right, do a cockpit voice. Okay, work our way up. Switches up, everything's good here. We'll go back to, okay, and back to the bottom, put strobes on auto. And we can kick the APU over now. Okay, seatbelts are on. Lights are okay. Dome light off. Landing elevation auto. And let me see where we stand. On. Coming through, pitot heats off. Packs are showing like they should. Show are the generators, and the ventilation panel is good. Just waiting on that good old APU. And we'll be ready to go, folks. Again, welcome aboard. Hope you enjoy the flight. I'm going to one more time figure out why I'm not getting a clearance. All right, the APU is available. And lead on. All right, we are ready to go, folks. Waiting on our clearance and squawk code and initial climb, which is gonna be, we've already set it, 33,000. Gonna go over to Av tab real quick. Flight looking good on frame rates. There we go. All right, and here we go. Start getting rid of some things here, folks. All right, everything's pulling away. It's like it's held. I haven't gotten a response. Or did I? 1801. No, I have not gotten a response here of late. Interesting. All right, well. All right, well, I am not sure what's going on. We need to be on the CTAF on the chart, if none 122.95. Okay. Let's do this. 118.15. We're just going to go ahead and go. And if we get a clearance, we get a clearance from clearance. But looks like we're not getting any 118. Wait a minute, which one am I coming in? Okay. All right, we'll go with the 118.155. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close up the main door. We're out of here, folks. Oil looks good. Okay, let's do it. Chucks, and we're out of here, folks.
Ground copy. Please show me where you want to go. Ground copy. Tau is driving up.
Okay, all right, folks. I really don't know why we're not getting a clearance, but all right, we're just waiting, folks. Again, thanks for flying with Mike today. Appreciate you coming on the stream.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
And I hope you enjoyed. Again, Posse, what was it? Posse, hang on, I don't have my OBS screen up. 1-3, thanks for the follow about a half hour ago. Sure appreciate you supporting us with the follow. We really do appreciate that.
Tau connected and bypass being inserted. Release parking brake.
All right, folks, let's go fly with Mike. It's off.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
We're going to kind of hold on that here for a second. Got a little bit of time in this pushback, so. I will say this, I mean, I love the X-Plane scenery. I think it is just amazing. And I know we can have our different opinions, but I really like this. And see what I mean? It's more mountainous than I ever imagined. So, just beautiful here. Now, there was a reason I picked Málaga a couple weeks ago when we flew down from Madrid. There was a show, Gordon Ramsay, and I don't know if many of you in Europe, I would assume, are more familiar, well, are as familiar with us in the US with him. Big chef, Hell's Kitchen, Kitchen Nightmares. Well, he's been doing once a year now these different vacations with a couple of other chefs of Europe. This year was Spain, and his first stop was very close by here at a interesting outdoor restaurant that I really would like to see, just because it fascinated me. And you basically didn't get a menu. I think you do get to find out what they do serve, but it's as they bring it out, you just put your hand in the air and they put that in your plate, whatever you see on their, in essence, their tray, but it's in their hands. And everything's the same cost, so it's real easy to figure up. It's just, I just thought this was the neatest idea. I know y'all are saying it doesn't take much to make me think it's a neat idea, but I really like this
Operation
one.
complete. Set parking
So
brake.
anyway, that's what made us choose Málaga. All right, so let's set the brakes as asked and crank them up.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
We're going to go with engine one. We're going to rebel today. Okay, here we go. Firing up number one.
Tower is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. And signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Thanks for flying with Mike. Better push back. All right, we're just waiting for the words avail. There they are. Okay, so that clears us to start up number two. I'm going to wait till I get the call for the pins. And when he steps out and shows them to us, we're good to go. All right, and then I always like to hit the lights with him so he knows. In case the sun's at that angle, folks, they can know we saw. All right, beacons on, just making sure seatbelts are on. Number two. And there we got the ignition coming. And there we go, lighting up. All right, now, if for some reason you come back, you see all the needles, look like they've spooled up. We're at 57%. You didn't know if you saw a veil or not. You don't see this gray highlighting. It's a good chance you're to a point where you could kick over the second engine. And there's the word avail. We have 3 minutes. All right, let's go. All right, start up. Fuel pumps on, push back, engine mode, engine. All right, parking brake set, engine mode, back to normal. Up to the top. APU bleed off. Master off. ND as required. Flight directors on. Auto brake. Okay, so FD's on. We've got our landing systems and constraints in place. Landing gear down and 3 green. Auto brakes to max for RTO. Brake fans will go ahead, turn on. Flaps. Flaps for today. Flaps 1. Spoilers armed. To arm and know they are, look for the white rim. Flight factor, flight factor, very important that you can see that white. Could be red, but make sure you can see it. Transponder, they say to exponder, which will put it. And doors are locked, flight controls checked, and trim set. All right, so what are they saying? Come down here to your buttons, push F/CTL, flight control. Okay, there you go. You see all of your different surfaces. First, set your trim up 0.1. Okay, now you're done with this. While I'm here, I check my flight controls, which is what brought us here. And basically, make sure you center. Okay. Rudder. Elevator. Okay, and then I like to kind of move them all the way around. Okay, we make sure we have our taxi clearance, and then we're on our way. Bear with me. I'm going to put this in a spot where I can see it. And before we go, ooh. Not going to be able to, okay, that's fine. Just realized I did screw up for back air and not in starting this with administrator instead of just starting it. So that's shame on me. All right, so let's do it. Here we go, folks. Release that. And taxi clearance, nose light on, and parking brake off. And as we get ready for takeoff, make sure we turn our radars on. Rudder trims reset, transponder set, and here we go. Malachi traffic, Wiz 2390 taxi to runway 13. Oh, up. And then takeoff config test. Get our predictive radar on. But again, I do apologize that we had to postpone Friday's flight. Just things were not coming together quick enough to get that flight ready to go with the A321. So, which was kind of why I'm flying this. We're going to have about 3 hours in flight over to Budapest, so we'll be able to do a lot of talking about this plane en route. Now, a good friend of mine on YouTube, well, acquaintance, love the content he puts up, Bearvation, put a question out there in YouTube about, do you all really need that at the top or not? Most actually responded, no, they really don't. And, you know, I'm curious because, you know, I may stop putting it up there. So, anyway, just something for y'all to feel free. If you want to respond here, you're more than welcome to. Or over on our Discord channel would be a real good place, either in the general or other places there. But yeah, let me know. Is that really something you really like to see? And that, by the way, is generated by Sim Toolkit. I haven't really jazzed it up because I'll be honest, I really don't know how to jazz it up. But let me know, because like I said, you're looking at 3 hours 17 minutes right now. So little ways to go here on the taxi. All right, and I am going to oh, excuse me, folks. All right, we're getting to the end of the runway. Let's make sure our takeoff checks are ready so we can call ready. Oh man, excuse me. Sorry for the burps. All right, so weather radar. On. Predictive wind shear on. Rudder trim. That's just right here, folks. Just click it to reset. And I'm just going to take the cutoff here. And Malik traffic, Wiz 2390, departing 13. All right, we'll get these timers reset. 9 minutes since pushback. All right, and click and click. All right, timers on. All lights, cabin forward. Okay, we're about ready to roll. Cabins notified. Takeoff config. ECAM's normal. Terrain radar on. Here we go. Remember, we're flexing. Airspeed's alive, both sides. 80 knots. And B1. Rotate. Positive rate. All right, we got the autopilot on now. And then what I'm going to do here, folks, to get us on course, come over here, simply click direct. PPOS, enter. Now we're going to go direct. And there we go. And get back on profile. We're just now at flap speed. And climb it out. Remember, folks, this was a bit of a heavy takeoff. Hang on, it's saying TCAS is on standby. There we go. All right, over to departure, Wiz 2390. All right, and is it on ATC? things aren't looking positive right now at PosCon. So, anyway, folks, we are coming up. We've crossed our transition level, so we'll go standard. And we're on our way. Real quick, after takeoff, gears up, spoilers. Let's check them, make sure we did disarm them. I don't think we did. Yep. See the white band? No, you don't. Auto thrust is on 1,500 feet, level climb, nose. Let's get the lights off. And away we go, folks. Trying to figure this out. I cannot get a flight plan to load. LECM. Used to do this to me all the time, folks, and that's part of the reason I didn't fly it much. We had so many problems with it. And I see I have a problem with that loose nut behind the stick again. So we'll just do this. All right, we're on our way, folks. PosCon is what we're on for this flight. I'm not sure how many more, but I've obviously missed a step somewhere, and I'm not certain where. Hey, that didn't help. All right, well, I'm not going to worry about it. All right, folks, we're climbing through 16,000, headed up to 36,000. Again, thanks for being with Flying with Mike. Let me give you a little quick background on myself. Back in the early to mid 80s, I did earn a private pilot's license. Enjoyed it till about 1985, when I had one of those flights that nothing went right with another instructor on board, not my normal. And I just came out of that flight so dejected that I stopped flying. Just so mad at myself. So just, everything you can think of. Out of that, first off, folks, if you're a pilot out there with your privates and building time, don't let those setbacks get you like I did, because folks, it's not an easy thing to come back to flying. It's very expensive. I don't care if you buy a plane. I don't care if you rent a plane, it is very expensive. So the chances of getting to that dream like I had of being a airline captain, don't let it go. If you want it, go for it. Pick yourself up like I should have, get back on the plane in this case, and continue flying. Now, will I complain? Yeah, a little, but really no, because I mean, while God kinda, I think, was shutting that door on me, reluctantly, if you will, because I still would love to be one, but I just don't see an airline reaching out, no matter how desperate they are, to a guy that had 300 hours in single engine aircraft 30, 40 years ago and say, hey, we need you to fly our Airbuses. I just don't see that happening. So, but God has blessed me in so many other ways with a great family, wife and kids. I mean, folks, I can't sit back and be too overly depressed by not being a captain of a real plane. So, we moved on, went into trucking, and then got out. Well, in the process of getting out, started flying the flight simulators. Back then, it would have been FS either 98 or 2000. I can't remember the exact one. Now, I had dabbled all the way back in the 80s with some of the flight sims, and folks, you want to go woohoo over graphics today, you should have seen what woohoo graphics looked like back in the 80s. The one flight sim, I want to say it might have been the Logix version. X's and Y's for the runway edges. I kid you not, folks. But that was state of the art, folks. So, but anyway, I got into it in late 90s, 2000 time frame, and folks haven't turned back since. I've been with, like I said, I either started with 98 or 2000, 2002 for sure, a century of flight. I hate to break it to y'all, still the best Microsoft flight simulator ever released. I know I can hear people ready to punch me. Sorry, it's still the best. Then FSX, I'm sorry for cursing at you. I actually enjoyed it, so yeah, get ready to punch me again. But and then my computer 3 years ago, that finally I got a really good gaming computer. I shot myself in the foot by one of the drives only being a couple of hundred, uh, you know, made short. It was supposed to only run the operating system, and lo and behold, it ran out of memory. Not ran out of memory because of how FSX ran. I mean, literally, completely out of usable memory to even start the machine. So, yeah, we changed computers. At the same time, decided, since Hawker 125 was jabbing at me hard, to get on X-Plane and Stream. But at first, X-Plane, I got on, had my usual, those guys, folks coming from Microsoft over to X-Plane run into troubles. But I got through them, and then I started streaming. So that's my story in 10 minutes or less. So that's where I am today, streaming. I've been streaming for about 3 years, and I pretty much stick with X-Plane. Mostly the narrow airliners, although one of my favorites to fly is the Fearless 747. Although of late I've been having some troubles, me issues, not, I don't think, software issues with the aircraft, and always having to go around because it's not turning off the auto throttle. So when I touch down. But I'm going to tell you, folks, X-Plane, in my opinion, is far better than I've ever seen out of Microsoft. So, and I have other reasons with Microsoft. We don't need to get into them here. But anyway, I have been doing what you see here on stream for about 3 years. and for actually almost 4 years come September this year. So about 3.5 years, let's call it. And folks, I will say I enjoy it. I'm still shocked every day when I get a follower. I'm like, oh my gosh, really? I mean, I just can't believe, people listening to me and, wanting to be a part of the Flying with Mike experience. And I truly, truly humbles me to no end that God continues to bless me, even though I'm unable to be an airline captain and a few other things out there. But it's amazing, folks. So, praise God's all I can say, and thank you very much for all that you've done. The A321 that you see on the screen today is compliments of those that have taken that extra step and subscribed or donated or donated through biddies. Um, Folks, I take every dime, put it back in here somewhere. Usually it's aircraft or scenery. Looking for a couple things to help the ambiance of the stream itself, and not finding what my mind is trying to think of. So, and I can't find the words. So, but I do thank you all and appreciate your time. Appreciate you're here and that you follow us both here, Discord, and over on our YouTube channel. So thank you so much. Give you another look. Again, folks, being not as familiar, because I see the A320s and the A319s every day at work. That don't look like a Neo engine. So, and then when I go to them, and I'll show you what I'm talking about here in a moment. Just want to make sure we get to climb with no get to cruise, and then see how we're doing. But there she is, folks, the A321 with Wiz. By the way, if you're not familiar, then most of us in the U.S. would not be, this is one of Budapest's airlines. I'm sorry. Yeah, Budapest, that's right. I'm double checking my words right now. There we go. And yeah, it's headquartered in Budapest. One of a few. Let me see if I can pull up the airport here. You know, it's funny, I'm reading this in Wikipedia. First sentence. Wizz Air Holding PLC is a Hungarian ultra-low-cost carrier group registered in Jersey. My mind went to New Jersey, U.S. I'm like, wow, we actually own an airline. And then I thought, wait a minute, they're probably talking Jersey Island. Sorry, folks. Just for me, caught me off guard. All right, I'm gonna have to. Because I always wondered what the other one was. There has to be another airline. Now let's see what's based out of here. Smart Wings. That's it. Wow. I thought Budapest had a few other airlines. just Wizz Air and Smart Winds. Okay. Anyway, that's kind of the other fun things with the flight sim, folks, that I like. I get to learn things, about this little small world God's created, especially with transportation. But there she is, folks. That was worthy enough of a screenshot. What do you think? I think so. All right, now I got to check the weather. Did I turn it on? Yeah, it's on. Real weather downloads on. All right, so there you go, folks. We are on our way. We've got about a 2-hour, 32-minute flight ahead. I see Hawker 125 at the helm with a moderator desk. Thank you, sir. All right, so let's talk about this plane, folks. All right, to get the Neo version, you got to first go here. You have to get the A321 to start with. So if you go to this link, purchase it, download it, install it. That's the base file. Okay. So once you have that in place working in your sim, then, and this is where I was kind of wondering how I should do, how I put verse Discord A20, but A20, doggone it, it's A21. My bad. But anyway, how I do that, folks, then once you have the A321 in, which is a great product to start with, if you like the Neos and want the Neo, then head over to the Orc store. And look for the Neo. Again, it's an add-on, folks. It is not a standalone flyable aircraft. So once you download it, read the instructions, because you're going to have to install it per the instructions, and then you're going to have to, you're going to have to first make sure you activated the A321. It'll be a separate activation. Memory serves, I'm going to just, instead of saying memory serves, I'm going to look it up. Oh, where is it? There it is. Okay, so you're going to have to activate the A321 first. I recommend, starting it up and then stopping. That way you've done everything. That serial number for the base A321, and it's a full flying, that is the flying model, folks, starts with the letters TS and then whatever they give you. Then when you're got the Neo, following the instructions, folks, very important, follow the instructions. You'll have to go in to your plugins to Toliss, open up the Interactive Simulation Control Center, head over to your add-on accounts. Then here is where you'll enter the serial number that will start with KW when you purchase it. Okay, put that in there, and then all of them are available. Again, if you're wanting to play with SimBrief on here to use that init load like I did, you got to put your digital sim brief ID in. But anyway, I always, and then Hoppy if you want that. So when you come back here, here's the part that was throwing me off with this plane. Okay, so you've got the, and you're going to have all of these nice little um, Neo options, okay? What was throwing me off with this plane is when I would load it with, say, the CFMs, the leaps. The airplane would be just like you see here. When you go there, the A321 and all of that, and the engines would be the color they should be. But the fuselage would not look like this. Now, I think that's something else paint-wise that I have to go in and change, and I don't know how to. So that's why I think this isn't the Neo per se. It may very well be, but I don't think it is, because even the Pratt Whitneys that are on the A320 version of this Neo are bigger. IAE, I don't know. So, but you guys out there that know the Neos better than me, hey, let me know. I don't see them yet. All right, welcome back from the commercial break. Again, I was just wrapping up, you know, so you're going to go in, you got to first buy the A321. Have to buy that. Install it. It's a registration code you'll use for that if you purchase them like I did, both at the same time. The serial number for the base model starts with the letters Tango Sierra, TS. Okay, get that all installed properly, get it in there. Once you have it in there, I'd even fire it up, look at it, make sure everything looks good, then shut it down, and then proceed to either purchase the A321neo or, as I was showing earlier, go to your plugins if you've already got it installed as per documentation, installed in there. Fire it back up, go to a Neo, click the plugins, Toliss, open ISCS, go to sound add-on accounts. Right here you'll see where you put in the serial number starting with the letters Kilo Whiskey, KW, and whatever follows after that. Got to make sure they're all in there so that you get the licenses present. Neo options are available on the aircraft config tab. Pretty good at reading the screen, aren't I, folks? So when you come back here, you'll see everything that should be here, the engine varieties and all. Where I'm having troubles with this plane is this engine and this, actually all three of these do not show up with a whiz looking fuselage like the screenshots we downloaded from the X-Planes or X-Plane forums. I'm sure that's something to do with those texture files that I can't ever figure out, and probably something very, very simple, because I remember things like this back in FSX and Century of Flight with downloads that I could easily bing, bam, boom, be done. Now, those that develop these aircraft, some of the neat things that come with this, folks. Yeah, you can see it here. They can put in the config what doors are visible. Infamous door here, folks. It's a good thing it's not a Boeing, so we're safe. But anyway, you can set it up, because the American Airlines one that I flew a test flight with, oddly enough, my St. Louis scenery picked up that there should be a door. Oh, I'm trying to think of the, hang on a second, on this animated manager, animated manager. Yet there's no door. Oddly enough. Again, that's, users can do that when they set these airplanes up and make the whatever config file runs the airplane, you know, display what they want. Likewise, on the other side, same thing. You can see all those doors. So, to me, so far, I really like this plane. Like the A320neo, like the A319, very easy to fly, very easy to get through. If you know those planes, folks, it's just a longer airplane, more people, more doors, more fuel. Maybe. So, but really, folks, in my opinion, what we've seen with it is remarkable. The American Airlines ones that I had no textural problems. Plus, I could tell those were Neo engines. Which for flying for American Virtual, hang on a second, something's not looking right here. Why are we? Okay, spoilers aren't up. Trying to figure out why we're at 825. Okay, let me, the easiest way to figure this conundrum up, go to the flight plan. Okay, we're coming up to Begox. Stand by. Should be at 7.7. Let's see if that's... Oh, I know what. You know what I forgot to do? Auto thrust is off. Now let's see if she'll dial down. There we go. I'm going, what did I do wrong? And then I realized auto thrust was off. All right. There, we're looking so much better. Hopefully that hasn't killed us too much on fuel. I think we're okay. I know that's never a good answer. We got 782 miles top of descent. So, all right, so everything's looking good. All right, so let me go ahead and get rid of that. Still concerns me. Can't feel like I skipped a step. Oh well. With POSCON. I'm on the map, but I'm not on with my flight plan, and I'm not sure why. WZZ230. Yeah, I really just don't get it. Well, anyone out there familiar with POSCON, let me know. I am going to do something here in the background so that if you ask what is on my screen, I can show it. How about I do? Oh man. All right, folks, sorry for that. Just working on a couple of things. If you'd like to join me in the Discord channel, more than welcome to, folks. Here's an invite to Discord again. And head on down and, we can talk and learn about where you're from, what you're, who you are, and swag. Always works out for me, sir. Welcome in. But yeah, I have just got to make sure I set myself up so I don't echo. That's all. Always forget which one's the best to mute. The problems I have sometimes. But anyway, folks, welcome in. Like I said, we have the Toliss A321 up in the air and getting ready to scoot out to sea, so to speak, in the Med before coming back over Italy and then in towards Budapest. Like I said, folks, just love this X-Plane 12 scenery. Just love it. And I'm looking forward to the next update with X-Plane 12, whenever they plan that. X-Plane 12.1.0 or whatever number they fashion to it. Because for all I know, I haven't seen any. Got them. Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, I've had to do that once. So, but yeah, waiting for the latest. See what this new update has in store for us. I've seen some teasers about it. May just be some more performance tweaking. I really hope they get to where the weather doesn't always rain every place I'm at in a clear sky. All right, so we are, let me see where, okay, so we're about to be turning direct, so to speak, with about 500,000 fixes between us and Barcelona, 50 miles ahead of us. No, it's about 100 miles, but still, you get Europe just, I'm fascinated by it, folks. It just amazes me how we're so used to here in the US where border from ocean to ocean, it's all one country, and somehow the whole continent from south to the pole fall under the same transition levels, and all of that. So some weather changes are on the and that's why, folks, what Int'l is saying here is why I've held off buying a weather program. I want to see where X-Plane is going to land on the defaults. Then decide how I like it or don't like it. Active Sky is very near and dear to me, that I really loved in the past. I'm not seeing what I used to see out of it in the past, and that included the FSX days. That warrant me to really start looking at them again. I really loved them for the hurricane modeling they did and others stuff, but the big one was the hurricanes. They did a phenomenal job with that. I haven't seen that since the I would say 2007, 8, 9 time frame. And that's why I'm a little hesitant to pull that trigger. The other one I've seen, Iron, what's Iron Condor? Condor? I'm drawing a blank. Sorry, folks. May old age be better to you than it is to me. Iron Condor uses one I really like. I think that's the one he's using, X Enviro. Um, I think that's the one. And somebody, Iowa Scotsman, welcome aboard. Thank you, sir, for coming in. X Enviro. Yeah, that's the one I've been thinking about. And along, that is correct. He is a real GA pilot, which is, amazing to me that, hang on, did I click something here? I think I did. I think I got out of it. Okay. He amazes me with the Cirrus. I know that's a lot what he flies, and it's an amazing plane in itself. Just, it's a shame he flies out of Chicago. Oh, did I say that out loud? Oh, I don't like Chicago. On the ground or in the air. But to each their own. We all have places we don't like. That one ranks up very high with me. So, but it's just, he is really good at what he does and what he spotlights. Chicago I'm gonna have to look that airport. I thought that was Milwaukee. So I could, like I said, there's a lot of airports up there, but I thought Chicago Executive was Milwaukee. But again, I try not to know too much about that country above us. I mean, city. Um, but anyway, about 2 hours to go, folks. So you can see we're gonna have some fun on this flight. But yeah, that is what I'm kind of waiting to see where X-plane lands on the weather. As to which one, if Jacob Edwards, welcome in, sir. Thank you for the follow. We sure appreciate you coming aboard and being a part of the family here. And really, thank you so much. 2004, like I say, folks, Microsoft Flight Sim 2004 was the best they could ever put forth. There's some verbiage in the Active Sky site there, Iowa Scotsman, that's got me nervous with it still. Like I said, I loved it back in Century of Flight, early FSX days. And then because of a lot of stuff in real world going on, I let all my licenses lapse, and then I would have had to pay full price again, and that upset me, and I didn't do it. But I love the hurricane modeling they did back then. I just haven't seen that kind of effort put forth back into it again, and that's what makes me hesitant. But what that environment, whatever it's called, really, that intrigues me with what Iron Condor puts out. Really does. And I just want to see how it is with thunderstorms. That also was amazing with Active Sky. I flew a flight once, folks, somewhere in the Northeast down to Charlotte. And they had severe thunderstorms either right on my route or just either side of my route. And usually, folks, when you look at thunderstorms in a flight sim, they are a couple of 1,000 feet below and above you. Not with Active Sky. At the time, our airport had NOAA people out there, and I knew a site to go to see what the cloud tops were on them. And they were topping 45, 50,000 feet. I'm cruising, at my normal 30-something thousand feet. These clouds went all the way down to the ground, and all the way up into the 50s or 40s, wherever they were. So you actually had a thunderstorm. You didn't have it just at your level. And it was amazing to fly by. And then Active Sky, I know, evolved with some textural changes. So I can, like I said, I'm pretty sure I'd be very happy with them. But that hurricane model I really loved. And actually able to prove it's pretty close to the real deal of what you're seeing in the real world on a couple flights. Wished I streamed way back in the early 2000s so you all could see a replay of that. So you got X Environ in the past. Just waiting to see what improvements to it have been done. Iron Condor usually is flying with it, so it's pretty good. Oh, it could be nice to my passengers. There we go. All right. But yeah, those are some things I am looking for the stream to improve what you see outside. And maybe, just maybe, on a clear day, it won't rain on me. That just gets me with X-Plane. You've all seen it on stream. METAR says clear. TAF says clear. The sky above me is clear, and then it starts raining. Oh, Austin. I tell you, that one gets me all the time. But anyway, folks, but if you are looking for a great add-on, it is hilarious. I've watched Hawker a couple times, and he's just like, where is this rain forecasted? So hopefully that's high on their, we'll call it punch list to get corrected. And I don't know how, I know the sims and the way their weather, wherever they're pulling it from to whatever their model in the sim is, it just, I don't get it. And that's way above me. It's just a good snicker point. Maybe Austin needs to have a Snickers bar. Yep. We're all the same way there, Hawker. I think X-Plane just needs a Snicker bar. It's the dew point physics? Oh, I wouldn't have known that. See, that's what I mean. I know the fix is I can't even begin to explain to them, but it's, oh my God. I mean, and I know X-Plane is nothing but a physics experiment in front of us because he is into so many different physics on these things. That's why I like it so much. Instead of tabling it like most of what Microsoft did. So, or the famous if this then that. Oh, but like I said, that's exactly Iowa Scotsman trying to showcase their rain puddles on the ground. Now, I would tell you what would, and I haven't done this. I need to poke my head outside the airplane rolling down the runway. See if when I go through those puddles, if I get spray. I haven't tried that yet. I have to do that. But anyway, folks, what I was getting ready to say, because rain, we could stay on that topic for a long time. Oh, my goodness. If you are looking at the A321, I'm going to say it's a really good plane. It's Toliss, folks. What do you expect? It's kind of like in the Microsoft world. If you come across the 737 because they aren't, as great as X-Plane and giving it to you for free, you're going to lose an arm and a leg and your other leg and your other arm and your neighbor's arms and legs to pay for it. Toliss is very high quality, very well done aircraft out there. And this A321 is no different. If you've flown the A319, you already mastered the A321, other than a few little, you got to learn, okay, the plane's bigger, got to learn little things about it, but overall, folks, you're flying the same. That's what's so cool about Airbus. You can pretty much, you fly one, you can fly the others. Where I've had a little issue, and it's not with the Airbus itself, it's with a download for the texturing. Show it again. Here, let me, even though it does it for me, I need to do it anyway. Grab hold of the sound here. There. Okay, as we zoom in, and again, those of you that are Airbus-esque and know what the Neos look like, those don't look like Neo engines to me. Localized. Localized dew point physics puddles. That's good. That one's good. All right, but anyway, it doesn't look like a Neo. It looks like just a normal IAE engine to me. So, and why I say this is the livery, folks, causing this. I flew for Virtual American Friday just to test out everything to make sure it's working. It worked fine. But when I apply this livery, whatever you call it, airline color to it, if I go to the plug-in here and select any of these engines, especially this one and this one, which I know are LEAP engines, basically this turns into Toliss textures and C number or C registration in the back. When we get to Budapest, I know that's a long way off. We'll showcase that. But this would be saying Toliss on the tube here. Still got the pink engines. And I know that's all something to do with make sure you copy this over it to get this to do this right. But I've just never in X-Plane learned how to do it. Ah, okay. I enjoyed the heck. Now I did end up flaring high, and I have that nasty habit into Dallas. Yeah, I will keep that in mind to make sure I'm more stable coming in, which for the most part, it's when I get within the 500 feet of the ground where things start getting a little wonky with me. That is an official aviation term, wonky. So, but other than that, folks, this has been a gem to fly. Like I said, the American variant that I flew, don't ask me what tail number, was a download. Many of these doors were missing. However, the SAM program for St. Louis, which is what moves the jetways, picked up on it. So I guess that's just part of, the inherent programming of the plane. But really, I love the texture. Everything about this. Now, I am not a fan of the mask up here over the eyebrow. I miss the days when this used to be black right here. Shows how old I am. But I really liked it when the nose, they put the big black mark on it to help with the sun. But I see the reason people do like it. It does set it apart, contrast the fuselage a little. So, but overall, folks, I find this a great buy. Just realize to get the Neo, you got to first buy the A321 package. Then get it installed. Make sure you use the correct serial number if you buy them together. Then install the Neo. It's an add-on, folks. It's not a standalone like the A320 Neo is. So just be mindful of that. And when in doubt, read the instructions. As we cross Barcelona. That would have been a pretty good flight just from there to here. Wow. I figured it was just an up and down flight. Man, that was longer than I thought. All right, folks, we're now an hour and 54 minutes out. I am going to step away here real quick, grab some coffee, use the restroom, and I'll be right back. All right, folks, we're back with you. Sorry for that. All right, so we're out over the med now. I am gonna do something. This might actually. Hey, that didn't work. All right, well, that'll give you an idea a little bit of where we are. And by the way, folks, this AV tab, it's free also in X-Plane. It's a nice little tablet, especially for those aircraft not notorious to have an EFB. It's nice to have it. Oh, excuse me. Man, the ham and cheese omelet is just not wanting to sit well. All right, so we were chatting about puddles and localized dew-point physics. You're going to find a lot of what is behind X-Plane is physics. The physics of an airplane flying and the different things that make it all come together, especially to take that world and put it into a computer simulation. And I'm sorry, I think X-Plane really does a fantastic job with that. And that's why I'm not one bit missing that other world. Although I will tell you, I actually, and many people hate me for saying this, I really loved FSX. Once I had a computer that could run it and run it well, it was a phenomenal program. Downfalls, yeah, it was 32-bit. Okay. But it ran fine. I heard so many complaints of the prepared guys that's why I never got it. I'm like, I am now happy with FSX and I will stay happy. And thankfully, long time until the computer decided to run itself out of ran out of memory for whatever reason, and I couldn't figure out where to get rid of it. Like I said, it wouldn't start. So it's the physical memory, not anything FSX or a program was doing on it. Actually, never saw that before. So it happened, and now I'm in the X-Plane world. All right, so currently we're looking at about an hour and 40 minutes to get over to Budapest. Let's see, we're starting to do a little porpoising out here. Let's see how that works out. See if she rights herself here. Now, I'll be honest, there's one thing I haven't figured out in X-Plane. I'm not X-Plane, the Airbus, the step climbing. And I'll be totally honest, let's include the MD-11. You know how in the MD-11 you put that strip of flight levels you're going to use? How and when does it actually in the plane step up in the flight plan? Where does it know to make the jump? So here it knows. Or I would assume it knows. Oop, wrong one. This one. I think it was here. I saw it. Because to me, it would make sense to have it here. We're going to go up to 37 at, what was the affix? Sovox, which actually is kind of funny. We come into Italy at one fix. The hang on, I think I actually was on the right one. At Napmu, I believe it is. And exit, it seems like, oh wow, what is all of this out here? Let's see, yeah, Napmu is pretty close to where we enter Italian airspace. We exit it. I'm trying to find out if that's still Italy or not. I think it is. At Sovox. So just kind of interesting. 0 fixes across the peninsula of Italia. I probably could have gone direct to Doug. So I could have straightened this out and didn't. Oh well, too late now. But anyway, we are on our way, folks, and I'm glad to have all of you aboard. If you're new to the channel, helped if you clicked here, Mike. We'd love to have you aboard. Click that follow button if you haven't already, and I'd love to have you part of Flying with Mike. Just love when we get new followers like Jacob Edwards and Posey 13. Thank you so much for wanting more of Flying with Mike. And in case you're unaware, the aircraft we're flying, Toliss A319 or 320 was, woo, yeah, that's pretty cool. It's going to help us. The stretched version of the A319 dash 800. No. The A321, folks. It's a great plane to fly. I really, let me see if I could have done it that way instead of this way. There we go. Much better. I like it when the background's like that. Okay. Great airplane. If you are folks, Toliss is one of the better aircraft designers here in X-Plane. Much like you guys would say PMDG over in that other world. They really put together phenomenal aircraft with, and for those that love failures, know how to work through the failures, with the FCOMs and all of that, great for you. I mean, everything I've run across with them has been phenomenal. They have great ground service animation, very little details you wouldn't think of that they've thrown into it. Like the self-levelers that come down to level the rigs. Just things you just don't think of. They did. The way they de-ice the aircraft, it's just not sit in front, squirt liquid, squirt. They actually then drive around, squirt liquid on the rear of the aircraft. So I really like the philosophies and execution of that in their simulations. This has just been a gem to fly the Neo. In fact, hang on a second. I am going to try and get a good screenshot here. But anyway, really, I can't recommend this enough. Now, A321, if you just go to this website here, it's the orc store for X-Plane. You have to start there for the Neo. With that installed and running and you're satisfied with it, then shut the sim down, follow the instructions to install the Neo. That's all the Neo is, folks, is an add-on. You can get that here. Again, notice in the actual URL, Neo add-on. It's not a self-contained aircraft like the A320 Neo is. That's because there isn't the CO version, the conventional engines. Okay. Oh, sorry for that slurp, folks. Ugh, but I needed some coffee. With that, then you have both the A321 and its the usual CFM IAE engines, and then you get the leaps and all of that, plus the XR, and I can't remember the other version, but you get a couple of versions with it. So, and then you guys that love to do all the great paint jobs we end up throwing on these planes, you can choose the configurations. But overall, great stuff here, folks. Highly recommend. My first, as this title is, my first look at this plane is, wow. I kind of wish they'd have done this with the A320. I realize Flight Factor beat them to it. So I'm kind of looking at this little post that came out about Flight Factor and Toliss and the A350. Really looking forward to seeing where that goes. So, but again, I'm going to be honest, I don't play with the failures in any of the Toliss air, and the reason I don't have the quick reaction guides. I don't have anything to help me know, okay, when I lose this, you need to check. I just do what my mind as a private pilot would think, keep the daggum thing flying. Fly first, then, find an airport and call it a day and call the mechanic in. Which I know, some of the emergencies, that's what they are. Some of the problems in the real world. It's what it is. Get it on the ground, call a mechanic. So that's why you don't see a lot of failures here. No, the failures you see here are me not being able to land properly. But again, that's me not being stable all the way down to touchdown. And usually over flaring is what causes most of my problems, or flaring too early. So, but anyway, I thank you all for being a part, and I do recommend this plane big time. And I'll even say I recommend the livery, even though in my mind I have problems with getting it to work with the other engine variants, but I'm sure there's something I'm doing wrong. Analogous to little bit off apples, oranges kind of thing. Zebo, by the way, folks, free mod, better than PMDG mod. Granted, you can get the 7, 8, or 6, 7, 8, 900s, but at a high price. It's free in X-Plane, and it's not PMDG. It's Zebo and the high quality that that group has done. But this round of updates, you gotta start with a reinstall of the full package before you can start plugging in the latest and greatest. So we're going to be flying that Wednesday, God willing, and pretty much a short hop, but who knows what we'll do after. Hopefully we'll still have some time. It's coming off shift, so you never know what's gonna be there. So hopefully we'll be able to get in the air and get that flown. Thursday, I was planning it Thursday. However, I have an appointment that I didn't realize that we were right on that day. So that was my bad. I lose track of days real easily. So, all right, folks. So we are hour and a half out, folks. I'm going to be honest. If you want to lurk, I get it. Just keep the sound turned down and keep us going. We'd sure love to have you following, and that way you could see the all-important landing coming in about an hour and 40 minutes, 30 minutes. So we're going to just kind of kick back. YouTube's been hitting us with some music violations. Granted, nothing that's gotten us balked at yet, where they get really mad at us. But nonetheless, we're going to be respectful to the artists, and we're just going to let the plane be our music. Wow, the CEO just dissed me and said that was corny. It's a good thing I was in a break. But anyway, folks, again, thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike. We're going to be watching the chat room, and we may throw a song or two out there, but overall, we're just going to let the plane do all the talking now. Hey, Bad Attitude, welcome in. And we're running with ProsCon problems again. We just didn't get our flight plan activated for some reason. Oh, good, I'm not the only one. Sorry, I didn't mean that to sound like it could. All right, we just flew over Monaco. On our way up to Budapest. All right, we got about an hour and 12 minutes. Am I reading that right? Yep, about an hour and 12 minutes, folks. So strap in, let's go. Time to get this girl start to descent. Well, not to descend, but get into what are we going to do for the descent. Again, folks, it has been a pleasure today. What a great time, everybody here. Plus our 2 follows from, oh, there it is, Jacob Edwards and Posey13. Thank you for coming along and following us today, folks. All right, I am going to try to make that window a little bigger. And we'll do this in about 50 seconds, folks. Yeah, Bad Attitude also. Well, wait, you may, yeah, you may not be hearing me either. I'll give it 10 seconds. We'll go through something else with you. Subscribers, though, I do appreciate you coming aboard. Thank you so much. It was with your generosity that helped us to be able to be flying this and the Piper Arrow of late. Really do appreciate it. Next time out on Wednesday will be in the Zebo. One other thing, Bad Attitude, I was going to tell you. The last time I tried to activate my flight plan, it's just like in limbo. It hasn't told me whether it was received or not or anything. So I don't know what's going on over at PosCon, but oh well, hey, it was fun to fly them today. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. But anyway, oh well. Anyway, let's get into it, shall we? Let's push back into the plane. And let's take a look at this, shall we? All right, you can see we're approaching the long boot of Italia. And we're in that section where a climb to 37,000 feet is potentially warranted. So we'll kind of see how things go before we do that. All right, so let's take a look at our arrival procedures, shall we? As I indicated in the pre-flight, or in the setup of the flight plan, Europe is a little different in the way they do their standard terminal arrival routing, commonly known as STAR. Where in the United States, we pick a name. We'll just say for this one, ukulele, whatever, Budapest. And then you'd have transition VHADI, Ulzak, Embo, and Enix. Okay. Here in Europe, what they do, they kind of do the same thing, except each transition that we would use elsewhere is the name of the star. So there are no transitions. You're coming in on that particular star. Now, there are some exceptions throughout Europe, but overall, this is what you find. Okay, then you get down to your approaches, and then we start getting into the different vias and this and that, which we're all used to everywhere. Okay, so we're on what's called the VA JDI, VA Jedi route. We're on a Jedi route. VA JDI to hotel. Basically, we're going to fly from VA JDA to Joseph to Papa Bravo. I'm sorry, let's try that again. Bravo Papa 834, Bravo Papa 844 to Attico. Now, we do have a couple of restrictions at BP 834. We can only go as fast as 250. Doesn't mean that's what we have to do. So, just so you're aware, we can no faster than that. Same at BP 844, except we're as fast as 230, maximum speed. And then Attico, our initial fix for the ILS. Let's see what number 1 means. Oh, okay, it's just our vector. No faster than 230, but at or above 4,000. That's the only altitude restriction on the run. And 834, 844, and Attico are the speed restrictions. And they're only restricting us to go no faster than. Doesn't mean we have to do 230, folks. We do what ATC says, or we just stay under 230, 250, depending where you are. Okay, so once, let's see, anything else we can glean out of here? All right, so ATIS is here. You know, we can try it. I haven't tried it here on POSCON. We'll give it a try once we get in closer. Airport's at 496 feet. Around the airport, we have a 6,000 foot minimum safe altitude. Coming in from our direction from Jedi, 5,200 is our minimum safe. So, all right, so from Attico, we either continue on vectors or we turn for the ILS. All right. Let's do this in a couple of ways. All right, we'll start with the top here. It's appropriately called the briefing strip. Okay, so again, there's our ATIS frequencies. Here's our Unicom. No, it's not. What is one? Oh, usable by 8.33 people. Okay, meaning to get the decimal 5. All right, and the So here's our approach frequencies that are used here for the Budapest as well as the tower ground. All right, let's start focusing in on line 2. BPR, Bravo Papa Romeo, is our localizer, 109.5. The final approach course for this is 307. Okay, this at distance 6.6 is a mandatory altitude, meaning we have to be at 2,500 feet at this point. Equates 2,084 above the ground. Bold MSL, bracketed AGL. Above sea level, above ground level. We'll refer to the minimums when we get to the final part. Airport elevation, runway elevation. Ooh, big difference there, folks. You got to gain 80 feet roughly. So, may not seem like a lot, but it is. All right, here's the missed approach. You can be reading that as we continue on. But RNAV will go to 863 turn right. Maximum speed, folks. You cannot exceed 185. Direct Tango Papa Sierra VOR. Hold at 3,000 feet and be at 3,000 feet entering the hold. Conventional aircraft climb to 3,000 initially, then on radial 127 to Bud. Inbound after passing the station on radial 307. You read on from there. It gets a little confusing. But again, we end up at TPS holding. So basically what it's saying here real quick, we go off on radial 127, which radials are from the VOR. So continue on to 3,000. Oh, inbound. Okay, I'm really confused with this. Oh, okay, so what it's saying is we're going to go out on a heading of 127, turn around at 3,000 feet, and when we come over Bud, tracking outbound at the 107 on the 307, 5 miles from Bud, we'll go direct Tango Papa Sierra. It's a turn right. Really, it's not making a lot of sense. I'm going to go with the RNAV. Thank you very much. It's really very confusing here what they're doing. It looks like... Oh, anyway, we're not going to spend time on this, even though I know we have some. Wow, you all make heads or tails out of this conventional. All right, so here is what's required. DME, NICRA, ATICO, and AFINA. That are your initial approach fixes, folks. Transitions, RNAV1, GNS, DME required. RNAV1, GNS required for the missed approach. Yeah, because that's very... In case of conventional, VOR, DME required. Wow. So, and... So, when unless otherwise instructed after the initial approach fix, continue on 127 for vectoring. When cleared for the procedure, then follow the vertical profile. All right, and the procedure is Attico, max speed, 230, 4,000 feet. That's 865. We need to be, it'll be 11 miles from the airport. Again, max speed 230, 3,000 feet. Okay, now what Int'l was talking about, folks, with this aircraft, slowing it because it's a bigger, heavier aircraft could come into a challenge. Now, I did end up popping spoilers quite a bit to keep speeds down, keep the planes stable on speed more, getting it slowed longer than I usually do. So we'll see if that comes into play today. We will not be at 230 here. My play at 11 miles out will be 200 at best, if not 180, turning in. Of course, if ATC's around, they could change the whole dynamic in a snap. All right, so continuing. So from BP, Bravo Papa 865, the initial fix, we'll head to 6.6, then 4.0. 6.6 was the mandatory 2,500 mark. We should also be on glide slope at that point. Again, 109.5 and 307. That actually will get programmed automatically in the McDo. And then we just continue it. Minimum safe, Attico, paralleling, paralleling the box here and out 3,200 feet. Minimum safe. I know they want us at 4,000, which is above. It's actually at or above, but we will be at 4,000, descending to 3,000, and then either staying at 3 till we grab the glide slope. We'll see how that works out. Vertically, again, 3,000 feet at 865, down to 2,500, and we should be on the glide slope at that point. Let it take us in. All right, finally down here, this is your speeds. Now I'm assuming we'll be at 130. We could be higher. 743 to 637. I call it 700 feet a minute. Granted, it's east of that. We'll say 210 probably is where we'll be at on that, but we'll see. Landing arrangement, we have ALSIF 2 approach lights. Pappy's on the left if they drew it right. All right, here's the magic numbers, folks. What does it take for Category 1? Okay, Category 1 is what we're coming in as. So we need 618 feet above the ground, minimum for the ceiling. That's 202 feet above the ground. So let me rephrase how I said that. 618 feet MSL, 202 feet above the ground. Sorry, I got it mixed up there. 618 feet MSL, 202 feet above the ground. And 550 meters. Now, if the touchdown lights and the center line lights aren't there, we bump up to 750 meters if we don't have a flight director autopilot or HUD to the decision altitude. If the complete lighting system is out, it's 1,200 meters. All right, so there's your charts. Now, once we get on the ground, this is where I'm not 100% sure where we're going to go. Bear with me. I'm going to pull up. Oh, I'm on Malik. I'm like, wait a minute, something's not right here. I'm still on Malik. Okay, Budapest. All right, let's do apron 2 and cargo. All right, so we can park anywhere once we come off, hopefully, here at Kilo or November, I'm assuming, or is that Zulu? There's Yankee. Anyway, hopefully there, and then we'll taxi. Now, these also intrigue me. We'll see where we end up here. Let me go ahead and tag that, close it, and all right, so we're going to come in. Goal is Yankee or Zulu, if not Kilo. And then we taxi in. Like I said, I'd like to go here, but if we end up in here, I'm fine with that too. All right, so there you have the charts, folks. Weather-wise, let's do that real quick here. As of 30 minutes ago, we got a 260 at 5-knot wind, 7,000 for the meters. So everything looks good. No sky condition reported. So, or no significant clouds. I hope that's not a good thing or a bad thing. We'll find out when we get there. I'm going to close this up because VATSIM does have a ATIS in place. Landing and departing, landing 3-1 right, departing 3-1 left. Transition level 11,000. This is where you find that out, folks, in Europe. It's in your ATIS. Winds, visibility, no significant cloud cover. So temperature 6, 2.5. That's concern to me. This wind diminishes any. We could begin seeing fog. And temperature 6. That's cool. We won't cool below 5. So hopefully, as long as we keep a wind, that'll keep the fog off. Even though it's not ice, still a concern for the approach. Now, if for some reason, folks, we can't keep this, we do have the option for Cat 2, Cat 3, which lowers us to 200 meters or 75 meters. But remember, all of this, and Cat 2 brings us down to 300 meters. All this does, folks, means we'll be auto landing then. All right, so we're still good even if the visibilities do drop. And I've got to dig in more because I don't understand something. RVRs actually take precedence sometimes. So I got to read the AIM and other documents to familiarize up with that. Okay, we're at a point where I'm going to start thinking about, do we jump up to 37 or hang? I really don't know why we would. So, because why aren't we still 36,000 here? Why are we going up 1,000? So I think we're going to keep it here. And Excuse me, folks. Step climbs at Suffolk. Which we actually still have 90 miles. Let's see if we get a destination ATIS here since FATSIM's on. Oh, we did. Hang on, let's compare. It is FATSIM. Okay, so and I can also do the same for the weather, as well as get logged in for Hoppy, which basically allows me to communicate to VATSIM over this versus the microphone. Many don't seem to want to use it. It's only saying the optimum is 35 still, maximum 37. I think I'm going to hang at 36. All right, we're step at 75 miles. Okay, so we'll kind of see how things are. All right, now let's get into this, dig in to it. A second, if you don't mind. There. All right, get that set. So, you know, I may leave it up for the arrival. All right, anyway, let's proceed over here. And let's get to our landing information. Okay, so this is as of 20Z. 260 at 5, 7,000. No significant clouds, 6.5. I think this is what we just saw. Well, actually, I stand corrected. And here we go. And remember what I said, folks. I'm kind of shocked. How did we drop to 4 degrees with a dew point of 5? Fog is moving in. So we have shallow fog conditions right now. 4,000 BC fog drizzle. Sure. All right, so far, 6,000 meters, way above what we need, but we do have fogs. We have to really be careful here. 250 at 4. All right, hang on. It I thought would change. It's not. Okay, 2504. And the dew point physics here show us neck and neck, meaning we're going to have fog. Epipad 3021, that's good. And we're going to stay dry on the runway. All right, now our estimated landing weight is 162. Okay, I'll take it. And flaps full, air conditioning on. Let's go medium. And of course, reversers. Let's see what that did. 4,600 feet's required. 4,800 with a margin of 7,000. All right, and what I'm going to do here, folks, I think I will stretch it out with low. Again, this 12,000 foot runway, so I can get some leeway here. That should put us off at Zulu, Yankee to Zulu. So let's do that. Okay. Make sure our computations are good. 250 at 4. Temperature 4. Dew point physics 4. Which is weird. It shouldn't have brought a temperature down below the dew point. That's interesting. So there's something else afoot here. All right. While I'm here, let me digress a little bit. Back to the beginning, we talked about how we could set our reference point for our inertial system to align on. If you don't set it to, and in this, you don't see this here. Hang on. Hang on. Let me digress a little here. Bring this bigger. Okay. Let's just hypothetically say we're departing Budapest and we're at one of these gates right here, say 39. So we can align to this point. So wherever 39 is, assuming right down in here, right here. Okay. All right. We can align it to there, folks, if we want. And that actually puts it right smack dab where we are. Otherwise, you align to what's called the airport reference point. In this case, at that spot. You see how I told you it's not a huge distance separation, but you know, the more you can focus that into where you are, the better. And that's what, by doing that, setting those coordinates up there, you see a good example, because it just happens to be right here on the chart. You'd either align it to here, which is where you're at specifically, or you're aligning to this spot. So I hope that helped a little. I just happened to see it on the chart, folks. That's why I digressed. But I did digress. Let me push that back out of the way. Okay, so we're figuring we're going to go ahead and go low on the brake, auto brakes. Plan for about anywhere from 5,000 to 7,300 feet of runway. Zulu, Yankee, somewhere in there is where we'll exit the runway at. All right, and our approach speed will be 144. All right. That translates out, we'll call it let's call it 800 feet a minute, 740 to 50 feet a minute on our glide slope. Now, we ran into huge troubles with this out at Baton, Paro, because we followed this 3.5 and boy was it way off. So, and don't get me wrong, folks, I probably was the one way off. That may be the right numbers. I just know it just didn't work. as you've seen in prior videos. So, all right, so there you go, folks. There's your arrival brief into here. Again, 144 is our approach speed. Brakes will be set to low. We'll be using auto spoilers and reversers for the landing. And currently, fog is beginning to descend on the airport. Now, I don't know how bad it gets in Budapest, but if it gets bad by the time we get there in 30 minutes, we'll adapt. Really? All right, so it's telling me to step now. I don't know. That just, in my book, says I do this, that. Is that how you do this? It seems like there should be, I don't know. If I set this, like it should automatically, I guess I'm reading too much into it. 12 miles till we get up there. Winds have been they've been off our left rear quarter wind, but overall it's been pretty good. Once we level off, we'll see what top of descent looks like. But I'm showing like 30 minutes. So we're going to be getting close to top of descent here soon. Again, quick recap on myself. I earned a private pilot's license, real world, 1982-83 time frame. Flew till about 1985. Was able to rack up about 300 hours flying Pipers, Cessnas, and some Beech. Favorite airplane of all, PA-28s, be it the Warrior, Archer, Arrow. Just love those three. Cessnas were okay. I'm not a big fan of the high wing. It's all I had at Ohio University flying. But I really, really loved the Arrow. That was probably by far one of my favorite airplanes to fly when I could afford it. Like I said, I did do some time at Ohio University. I built up some hours there, about 110 of those hours there. And but I had a horrible check ride. In part 141, you had stage checks before your main checkout for your ticket, and I had a horrible one. I just came out of there like, you fool, and let it really nag at me and eat at me, and I got out of flying. Thinking I'll get back into it. No, folks, I'm going to tell you right now, if you're in the same boat, pick up your pride, throw it out the window, get back into plane, get back to flying, because I'm here to tell you, the cost of flying these days, you're never going to, it's very difficult to get back into the air. So anyway, from there, life went on. And about 1999, 2000, I came into the Microsoft Flight Sim world. Either on 98 or 2000, can't remember. But from there, I did like everyone. 2002, Century of Flight, FSX. And acquired a lot of hours, worked with a lot of VAs. Great, being able to look at my dream, unfortunately, through the eyes of virtual flight. And I'm still not a great pilot, folks, even with all the hours. I'm just not a great pilot. But lo and behold, 2020, yeah, the infamous COVID years, my computer that it was, I was able to run FSX so wonderfully, ran out of memory. and I had to get a new one. At the same time, I've been wanting to get out of FSX, but there was nothing out of the Microsoft world, but nothing out there. Till Hawker kept pushing and pushing me and put me on to X-Plane 11 at the time. Once I got used to it, it was actually a gem to fly, an unbelievable sim. And I'm still here, folks, with X-Plane 12, never looking back to that other side. And I picked up streaming along the way, and enjoy both. And I'm very thankful for each and every one of you that's out here. Right now, I don't have the screen up to tell me how many, but so grateful for everyone out there. Thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike, especially Jacob Edwards on this flight and Posey 13. Thank you so much for coming aboard with us and being a part of Flying with Mike. Just a gem to have you all aboard. I know Bad Attitude may be lurking about out there. We had Insuik and Iowa Scotsman all in and chatting away. Just a great day of flying here, folks, on Flying with Mike. Thank you all for making it that. Just realized I didn't have a couple screens up. I'm like, whoa, how did I survive? Actually, I am kind of wondering how I survived without a couple of them. All right. And we're getting those up and running now. And then we're going to turn our attention to, yes, you're right, the top of descent, which is not far off, folks. All right. Okay. All right, folks. So let's see. We're looking for top of descent now. Otherwise, some people call it top of drop. 105 miles out, and we are within 20 minutes of landing. So interesting times lie ahead. But again, Insuik made mention of it. The big thing about this A321, it's a bigger, heavier plane, folks. So expect, the plane to want to float. In this case, we're below on some fuel here. Still adequate enough to get up to our alternate with 45 minutes. So that's why I'm not worried about it. So that's a big thing. That's just because it's an A321. So you're going to have to be ready for that. Slowing it, getting it to behave nicely on your approaches that you're so used to in the other two. Just be ready for that. The other thing is the actual install. To install the Neo, first off, you have to purchase the A321 at this link. Well, however you get your aircraft for X-Plane. That's from the X-Plane store. Purchase it, install it. Make sure if you buy both, use the correct serial number. We went through this, I believe Tango Golf is, or Tango Sierra, can't remember, were the A321 serial numbers. Starts with that 2 letters. Kilo Whiskey is the Neo, so make sure you use that correct activation code. Once you have the A321 up and running and working, shut your sim down and then follow the instructions to install the NEO into the 321. Once you have it installed, you fire up the NEO, come to your plugins, ISCS, account add-ons, and right here is where you'll enter that activation code for the NEO. You've already done the one for the A321. Now it's time for the NEO. Okay, and then if you're with SimBrief and down here, again, just for your knowledge, again, make sure it's the right activation code. Then just head over here and you'll see all the NEO stuff. Sleep, PW. This one, I'm not so certain is NEO, but it's what they said in their folder or a zip file for me to use. If you want SimBrief in any of the Toliss, and what that'll give you is the ability to use the init request, where it puts the aircraft in there depending how you set up the yeses and nos below it. It puts your flight plan in, your wins from SimBrief, and you can have it take your load from there, put it in the aircraft. That's all documented in all the Tolisses for that part on. But the big part is you got to get the A321 first. Get it installed up and make sure it's doing everything properly. Then head over to that store again, unless you've done it already. And then get the add-on to the A321, the NEOs. All right, and as you can see, top of drop right here, we got some work to do. Yeah, I got some here. Let me check my checklist out. All right, so one thing I didn't do, and I'm kind of upset. So we're going to do a quick METAR check. Oh, wrong one. ATSU, AOC, weather, here, METAR. Oh, well, it's going to do all of them. All right, click NH, and we've got variable skies, 3, 4,500 meters, so the fog is starting to get thicker, folks. And 4 and 4. Becoming 2,500, fog and mist. I hate this part of I wish I could pull them up, but I don't know how to. Got to get in there and really learn about that. That's a great feature, don't get me wrong. Really cool feature. But anyway, so we got our weather. Let's come back here to perf. Next page. And go here. All right, so next page, QNH, 1023. Temperature 4. Wind 250 at 4. Even though we just saw transition 11,000. All right. I'm going to go with 618. Now, how I describe these. decision altitudes, decision heights. To me, they're the same, one difference. Remember, decision altitude has this M in front of it. So I take that in my way to be mean sea level. So the bold numbers. DH I take as above ground. They're both the same point in the sky, folks. It's just how you measure them. And I can't now go in and put 202 or it'll get rid of that. So we'll keep it at that. And we're now set up on the McDo minus one thing. We're updating our weather. Okay. And the winds are now updated for our descent and landing. Okay. Descent is now 40 miles out. I always meant to do that and always forget. Oh, I wanted that to be all right, so we're 30 miles out. All right, so we've got our descent prepared, decision altitude, star set, landing elevation. Auto. All right. 12 o'clock high here, folks, where the needle, where the arrows or line shows, that is auto. Anywhere else on here is a deviation from that. Okay. And finally, monitor the ETA to it. We are very close by. Now, we have two ways to descend the aircraft. This is every Toliss aircraft out there. Every Airbus. You have managed, which is what you are, managed speed, managed heading, nav. Managed from the aircraft computers on the navigation systems. You can go that route, or you, the pilots, can take over, basically. And right now, the word's escaping me. Sorry. So let's go ahead and put our auto brake in low so we don't forget. So you can either go managed or you can control it yourself. No, the word is not unmanaged. The password is... So we are about to bring this thing down. Another good screenshot here. But definitely can expect to see this aircraft flying a bit more. We're working our way to help. Let me find in a second here. Let's get the top of descent handled. But we are working our way down to Nigeria, Costa Rica. No. It's Liberia. Costa Rica? Is that what it was? I'll get it in a second. Flying with Mike request in the Discord channels. Have not forgot you to fly from there to Miami. And A321 came up in his post, or the 737. We'll broach that aircraft question when I get it there. So, We are about to come down. I am going to go ahead and let you all see the weather real quick. I know you all can simply do this by going to Sky Vector. But it's easier to just do this. 260 at 5, 7,000, 6 and 5. Wow. Things are just bouncing all over the place. All right, so we're at top of drop. We're coming down to, oh, what the heck. Let's bring it down to 10,000 to start with. And then we'll begin working it down to 4,000. That way we can make sure we're slowed up. All right, but folks, this 3-hour odyssey is about to come to an end here in about 13 minutes according to Sim Toolkit. We'll see how close they are. Don't bank your money on that. If you put bets on it, folks, I guarantee it's a losing bet. And I'm probably going to be on the ground in 13 minutes when I say stuff like that. But again, thank you for being a part, folks. If you're new, I'd love you to hit that follow button and join us. Next flight, I've been talking about it. We'll be back in the Zebo, whatever the latest version is at that point. And I will promise, I made a promise to Zebo, I will look for everything that tells me how to install the latest updates. We had problems. And I kind of went through it earlier in the stream. Real quick recap. Folks, if you're right now, the latest ones out there, I haven't checked in a day or two. Yes, folks, it's updates that often sometimes. You've got to put the full version in now. Then there's like 3 or 4 at the time I looked at it. There could be more. You put those updates, whatever the latest one is, in after that. So I missed that somewhere. And I know why, because I went up and just didn't read all of the updates till I got to the one I was looking at. Usually that's all we do. Also, thank you there, Hawker. YouTube, you can always go back. This will be up later tonight. You can go back, watch it, and see in there too. So, yeah, we will be on the Zebo next flight, which is Wednesday, out of Haneda, Tokyo Haneda, the Tokyo International Airport. Headed south to an island as part of Millennium Aviation's destination of the month. So we're going to head down there with, I believe it's going to be Zebo, and enjoy the flight. It's not a long flight, but it's actually relatively short if I remember right, but I could be wrong. Now, let's get back into Airbusing. Okay. Why am I doing a little rearranging again? Okay, right here is our 10,000 foot mark. Okay, that's where we'll hit 10,000 feet. Remember on the chart, let me go ahead and bring that up. All right, we're going to go ahead, hide this, and center. Okay, so if you remember right, maximum speed at 834 is 250. We'll be at 10,000, slowing to 250 prior to it. Thumbs up. Now, the other interesting animal to watch is this green dot. That is Boeing. If you guys are familiar with your ND, over here you would see your relativity above below the optimal glide path? Well, in Airbus, they do it just with this green dot, and your optimum is right here. It gets up into this range, down into this, well, not down, but up. It'll put a squiggly line out to show you where the two will meet. But it is managing this. That is the onboard computer's perfect descent course for what you're going into. Per your star, per your approach plate, and all of that good fun stuff. Okay. This one's actually does a little better. And of course, this is your speed ranges that are okay. Start getting up here, you might want to start thinking about speed brakes. You get down here, you may want to start pushing the throttles or going, please, auto thrust, kick the throttles. But if you take it out of managed and where you're controlling it, then it will usually kick up. Finally, all right, this right here, activate approach phase, I suggest doing it only once you take over the speed. If you do it while you're in managed speed, meaning you have these dots, it's going to slow it to, hang on, wait for it, there we go, this speed right here. And you're going to carry that all the way in, meaning you need flaps at this altitude. So once you take over the speed, which is very simple, well, I'm sorry, get on the right button, Mike, this one, and you've got your numbers, you're controlling it up and down, then you can activate. I usually do it as I'm swinging around for the actual approach. All right. And everything is looking good so far. Let's see what the checklist is. Like I said, it's a new one I'm working with. So, okay, vertical profile's good, constraints checked, and let's go ahead, get on LS and constraints, 1095. 1095. And the reason I brought the second one on, I may have to go auto land, folks. You've seen the weather. All right, and we are now set up to continue our descent. Auto brake is set to low. Approach briefing has been conducted. Descent, we're monitoring. As we pass 11,000, we will set our transition to 20, what is it, 1023, I believe. Actually, I can make that chart bigger. We have the technology. There we go. No bigger than that. I don't want it to obscure too much. All right, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to kick on my anti-ice systems. To be safe, wing and seatbelts. And we're in hyperspace, folks. Chewie, slow us down. And if you haven't seen Star Wars, okay, never mind. All right, folks, so here we go. All right. All right, we are starting in on the star, folks. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and lower our focus down. Ooh, that's a, if it wasn't for that star field in front of us, that's a beautiful shot. All right, folks, I'm going to go ahead and just run instrument right now. Okay, 4,000 still becoming 2,000. All right. And good thing is to see ice not detected. All right, we'll get that deceleration. Might have to go stronger. All right, we're below 11,000. Again, let me verify that. 1023. Okay. All right, we're going to continue our descent now. Continue on down to 4,000. All right, now if you wanted to, folks, you could activate that approach phase. I've got control of the speed at this point. If I let go, it just go up to 250. I'd like to hang it right here. And I'll control it in. Now the next restraint we have is 230 at the next one. All right, let's get the lights on. And all right, now we're close enough. I'm going to switch us into 20 and slow us. Well, so far so good. The weather looks pretty decent into here, but we'll see how that translates out. All right, now I need to get down here. CTAF is not on there, so 122.95. I'm going to go ahead and slow us to 220. Put us right at green dot speed, which is your official flap speed, folks. Okay, landing lights, wing lights, seatbelt signs, cockpit doors locked. Speeds, flaps are set, PFDs are on LS and showing DPR. Good. All right, let's go to. All right, I'm going to keep it. Till we start seeing that again. And 4,000 or higher. We're already starting to get, well, that could be just because. All right, I'm going to go ahead and set it for 3,000. All right, we're going to be slowing to 180, come off of our fix here. Hang on a second. All right. All right, here we go. Let's get the localizer on. Actually, let's go ahead, just go approach.
2,500.
And folks, we are about to land, so I hope you're ready, folks. No breaks from here on. I'm going to take charts away. Looking for the runway. Use your level flight as long as possible, folks, to slow up. It really helps. By the way, I've got the runway in sight. Flaps 3. Okay, spoilers are armed. Flaps are almost full. We're about to throw the gear out at 8 miles. Is that what I'm reading? Nice thing you can do in a sim. Yeah. Gear down. And then we can slow it to approach. Flaps full. And you can see, folks, as we travel in, there's the runway, there's the missed approach. Budapest Tower. Budapest Tower, Wiz 2390, 5 mile final, 3-1 right. Okay.
2,000.
Okay, fuel cross feed on. I know what it is. It's the imbalance. And I'm taking over. As soon as I make sure. Okay, throttles are good. Brake set, flaps full. Gear down, 3 green. My plane. Okay, so we got a, geez, 270 at 10. That is not what my METARs are reading.
Above. Minimum.
Glide slow.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, 5.
All right, folks, welcome to Budapest. Budapest traffic, Wiz 2390, clear of runway 31 right. All right, folks, welcome in. Haven't looked at the landing information yet, but I felt good. Let's see. I think we'll just go. Well, you know what? Why not? Okay, we got the brakes set. Got to turn the spoilers off up here, starting. All right. Okay, where was I? Okay, radars, wing lights, TCAS standby, taxi, okay. All right. And available, bleeds on. All right, folks, welcome to Budapest. Let's see, did I get the beacon? No, not yet. Okay. All right, so that was a fun run, folks, really was. Fortunately, I'm too close to the aircraft to get it fixed right. That's fine. Pretty sure Jay will. Oh, it might. I was not expecting that, as you could tell. Then I am going to go ahead and hit the chocks. All right, let's take a look at it, shall we? Yeah, everything's good. All right. And for that, Sim Toolkit. Okay, 241 feet a minute at 125 knots. Not bad. I don't have the ability to look at what our projected landing speeds were. All right, but it's in our logbook already. Here's the route we took. And let's start looking at details. Details, details, details. 3 hours, 17-minute flight for 1,200 miles, 8,900 kilograms of fuel, 243 with a bounce, 125. Not bad, folks. Now, here's where you get the extended matrix. First off, we were about 3,000 feet down the runway. Yeah, we kind of rose up there at the end. 9 feet off the center line, folks. Those are all good numbers. We're within the landing zone. Just long on a 12,000 foot runway. I'm not overly concerned. Crabbing a little bit here, folks, for the winds, and 1.6 Gs. Again, not complaining. All right, so here's the actual beginning of the landing part of the runway. Every 500 feet, you have hash marks. These big hash marks are your visual cues. Usually, not always, but usually your PAPIs and your glide slope tune into this spot. That's the general, and you can see for the most part, from here to where I was is where people landed. You can see some Whiz aircraft here, and you can see others parked throughout. All right, but anyway, there you have it, folks. Not a bad flight indeed. And again, I haven't said it enough, folks. I do recommend this aircraft. I think it's I recommend getting both the A321 and then installing it and then getting the Neo and installing the add-on into your 321. Folks, great pairing of aircraft. Great job. I really kind of wish Toliss could have done this with the A320. I get it. I know. I get it. Flight Factor was out there. Believe me, I've heard that from other aircraft folks. So I really wish they would have, because that would have been a phenomenal A320. It is what it is. Flight Factor's not bad at all, folks. There's just some issues within it they have to work out. All right, so with all of this, I am going to see if we can, that's not the one I want. Let's go ahead and get rid of everything. All right, and now I'm going to get rid of the chocks. And folks, I'll just look it up. I'm going to try to figure out how I can read these, or at worst case, throw them away. Oh well, I'll figure it out. Anyway, but hey, if you all know how, I'd love to hear it. All right, so let's get up here. Shall we? And see if we can't, it's the right one. Oh, there, get the replay to work. Oh. Stand by. All right, well, we're ghosted, so let's do it. It's gonna work. All right, folks. Hang on, okay, good. I think we're starting to see that fog starting to come in. These are things we didn't see on approach. Yeah, this is all new, folks. See how we got up high? Trying to adjust. Yeah, a little bit of a crunchy landing, but not bad, folks. Really, not bad overall. Not bad at all. I mean, granted, long landing, but 12,000 feet, it's really sometimes not a bad thing, folks. Not bad at all. Let's see what the passengers thought. See how we're drifting up here. Now, real quick, as you look at this approach lighting, folks, this would be a standard Mauser right here. These three right here are what pilots use to get them oriented to wings level.
Minimum. 100.
Glide slow.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10,
All right, folks, that was a nice landing. Let's look at it from the perspective of our passengers. Okay, little wing flex there. All right. Last view, folks. Let's see how well we did from the view of the tower. See me flaring a little too? All right, folks. Welcome to Budapest. Overall, great landings, folks. Really, really enjoyed this flight. I hope you all did too. Folks, the next flight is scheduled for Wednesday. We'll try to get it going as quickly as we can as I come off shift. And it's a short one from Haneda in Tokyo down to, let's see if I can pull that up, to Hakujoima Airport in it's one of the islands in Japan. So hang on a second here. Just getting things reset up back here. All right. Well, we're back on the ground here, folks. I just want to say thank you. And again, like I said, out of Haneda in Tokyo. Come Wednesday. Hope to see you all then. Hey, before we run out, I do have a few thank yous out here. Want to say thank you to our followers. Jacob Edwards, 2004. Posse, 13. Thank you both for following the channel. We also had Insuik. We had Bad Attitude join in. Iowa Scotsman. We had Hawker 125 not only chiming in with a chat or two, but also moderating today. Thank you all so much. Made this a great 3. Well, actually, we were on the air 4 hours and 49 minutes. So, folks, again, thank you so much. We'll see you in Tokyo come Wednesday. God bless you all. We'll see you then.